Good evening, everybody. Do I have a motion to convene the December 10th Audit Committee meeting of the Levittown Board of Education? Peggy, do I have a second? Jen? Please note Mary and Adrian, James Moran, and Michael Pappas are excused from this meeting. All in favor? 4-0. May I have a motion to move to executive session for the purpose of receiving and reviewing the draft internal auditor's report, risk assessment, and detailed testing report on employee benefits for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, and working directly with the internal auditors assisting the audit committee in interpreting those documents and the district's draft corrective action plan. Phyllis, do I have a second? Jen, all in favor? 4 against 0. Let's head back into the room. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Where are we? Okay. I would like to welcome you to the December 10th Audit Committee meeting of the Levittown Board of Education. May I have a motion to reconvene the meeting? Jen Messina, do I have a second? Phyllis, all in favor? 4-0. We're going to recite the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of the 7:30 regular meeting, so we will be stating the pledge just in a little while. Okay. Are we?
Yeah, we're ready. Tonight is the next part of our annual audit meetings. And so I'm going to just pass this on over to Mr. Fabiano, our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance.
Thank you, Superintendent Witch. Yes, tonight we have a presentation by the firm of Cullen and Danowski. With us from the firm tonight is Richard Coffey and Jen Ditta. They will be presenting a summary of the annual risk assessment, which you should have received earlier in the week, and I provided an additional copy tonight. Included in this report is a detailed testing of our employee benefit department, and I'm going to turn it over to Rich and Jen, and they'll be followed by a period where you're free to ask some questions.
Good evening, everyone. Richard Coffey, Cullen and Danowski. Okay, so as I mentioned, right, we serve as the internal auditor for the school district. In that role, we perform two types of engagements each year. One is an annual risk assessment engagement, and then the other is some detailed testing. And as the title says, the detailed testing is more of an in-depth review in a particular area. The area selected comes from us meeting with the audit committee previously and going through and determining after we have a risk assessment, we determine which area you think is the best value or makes the most sense kind of to perform a detailed testing. And that's something we'll do tonight. So tonight's agenda, the three things we'll cover tonight, cover the results of the detailed testing related to employee benefits, which was the area determined and selected when we met last year. And then next would be the risk assessment update report. And then the third item will be determining the detailed testing for this 2025-26 year. So with our detailed testing related to benefits, so as it says right there, when we do detailed testing, we're going to need to do more of a deep dive into an area, and it's going to include actual testing, as the title says. So we'll do sample selections, things of that nature. Employee benefits is one of the key areas in any district in terms of administration and managing and monitoring the various activities that happen within benefits, which was covered. And then within our report, what we do is beforehand we prepare and set up an engagement letter that has the scope of work, which is in here. So in the report itself, hopefully you had a chance to look through it. A little background information on the first couple of pages. And then in the background section itself, to give the board and the readers some background info related to the various pieces and components that we look at and review and test. You have the health insurance, which is really kind of the lion's share of your insurances that are offered to your employees. And then there's some ancillary insurances as well, right? Dental, vision, life insurance. And then you have also some billings and collections. So in terms of administration, right, you want to ensure that you're managing the various, mostly with health insurance, in terms of contributions from employees. And the way that's set up too and structured, you have the various contribution amounts are driven by your contracts. So we look at that, right, ensuring that the district is properly obtaining the right contribution amounts from your active employees based on such contracts. And then you also have your rates, which do change each year as well in terms of the insurance premiums. So you have those calculations, ensuring accuracy there also. And then retirees. So then you have retirees also have contributions. Usually it's the amounts that they're contributing at upon retirement and into retirement. So you need to look and monitor how we're processing and collecting monies from those individuals towards health insurance as well. So those are things that we tested. And then also some of the other insurances as well, ensuring that the proper coverages, payments to all the insurance providers as well. That's part of our scope. Look at, ensure that the invoices are correct and the payments of such invoices are timely, reviewed, signed off, and accurate. And then also with billings and collections as well. Also, a couple of key areas in terms of administration related to benefits is health insurance opt-outs, right? So people have an opportunity, if they have other insurance, they may opt out. So what's the procedures, what's the frequency, how is that managed and controlled, ensuring that an employee isn't both on insurance and also receiving an opt-out. So we looked at that and tested that as well also. And then another pretty sizable piece of benefits is, again, as I mentioned, right, there's a lot of different pieces of benefits that are covered during our review and the district needs to administer, and that's your Medicare Part B reimbursement. That's something else. Also, we look at the amounts that are paid to employees driven by basically the amount of insurance or the amount of Social Security monies that's withheld towards Medicare Part B. So that's another thing that we looked at and tested. Overall, very positive results in terms of all of the testing that we've done related to those different types of activities. We didn't find any exceptions in terms of dollar amounts or late payments or miscalculations within the engagement. So that's obviously very positive in terms of results of the engagement. And recommendations, as part of our review too, right, we look to see if there are any opportunities for efficiency or enhancements related to those different various activities and processes. So we do have 3 recommendations for consideration. One, and these are all pretty much, again, is really for enhancements and operational efficiencies. School front system, right, using for benefits. See if there's a way you might be utilized functionality within your school front system. See if there's opportunities to maybe help administer some of these activities within the system. Your Medicare Part B payments, ACH payments. So currently checks are issued for the reimbursements to individuals who receive Medicare Part B payments. So maybe consideration there is moving to ACH, automatic, payments as opposed to checks. It would be a more streamlined process. You reduce potential for having to follow up on unclaimed checks. Your bank reconciliations could be cleaner. And, that's something you may think about setting up in phases. Maybe starting off with people that are upcoming and going into retirement. Maybe start with those folks, right? Because a lot of those individuals now, pretty much almost all, are probably on direct deposit for payroll anyway as it begins, right? So you might be able to have that transition for consideration. And then the third item here, retiree billings. Again, thinking about maybe an automatic process there to see if there's a way you might be able to collect monies from your retirees as opposed to sending out bills and invoices and then having to subsequently follow up to see that they've collected and paid on such payments. Okay. Any questions related to our benefits review or findings, reports?
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay.
Real quick, is it challenging to do the electronic payments like the direct deposit instead of check?
I don't know. I think you have already kind of set up in scenarios there, right, with employees getting their payroll. So I think moving forward, then in terms of using ACHs, I don't think it's something that's very obviously it's obtainable.
Okay.
And I don't think I think you could look. I don't believe usually contracts don't include anything that says that it prohibits it from that standpoint. Obviously, it's something you always want to look at, right? If there's anything in any contracts that speak to the way things may or should be or need to be handled, but not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, we're certainly going to look into this because it is a recommendation and it's our obligation to look into it. What I would say is that we would probably offer it as an option. And I think Rich makes a very good suggestion. The people who are currently on our payroll who are looking to retire, who may receive this soon, they're a little bit more familiar with electronic payments, and so we might say you have to go to ACH payments. But with the retirees, sometimes how they receive the payment, it can be a little bit upsetting or daunting to them if we don't do what we've always done. So we'll take a look at it, but I probably wouldn't. I would probably make the recommendation that we offer it as an option.
Good question. Any other questions on the benefits before the next draft report? And also, I should have mentioned, in terms of our process, we create a preliminary draft report, vet that with administration, ensure that everything we have in our report is correct and accurate, and then move forward with a final draft. And we keep it as a draft for this evening with the audit committee, and then finalize the reports subsequent to tonight's meeting. So the second report, risk assessment report, similar format to our previous risk assessment reports. We have here's a little background about the internal audit, requirements for internal audit. A couple of things here that we do during our risk assessment is speak with numerous individuals, administrators, some key employees and staff, directors, to talk about and follow up on any key changes that may have taken place since the previous year. So it's an annual risk assessment update. Those changes could be either systems, processes, new laws or regulations. I know there's been quite a few of those things that the state has now mandated over the last couple of years, for whether it be requiring a policy to be set up, new protocols to be established. So those things we'll follow up, ensure if it's a compliance item, we'll check to see that board policies have been created as required. We also follow up on prior recommendations that from our previous report. So any open recommendations from a previous risk assessment report, as well as following up on a detailed testing report that may have some recommendations. Given the Benefits was a more recent review, right? So we'd follow up on that next year. So this year we followed up on the recommendations from the review of transportation. And that was a report that was issued in 2024. And then we follow up and determine the status. So within the report itself, we would find where the recommendations, are they still open or had they been closed and addressed? We also include in our risk assessment is a table of all the processes and areas that we review and cover during our risk assessment. That would be pages 4 and 5. And within there, we also note the date of any detailed testing. So we can use this to kind of track and monitor where we go as we move forward, what areas have we reviewed, and when we perform such reviews, or if there's reviews that have not been performed in a particular area, then it wouldn't have a subsequent, a date noted in there. So we'll get back to that when we determine which area for detailed testing for this year. And then as part of the risk assessment, as I mentioned, key changes. So we include key changes within the risk assessment report. That's pages 6, 7, and 8. And in there, we note different things in terms of numerous policies I mentioned on page 6. Any newer laws, regulations, ex officio board members, for example, right, is one of those things. Prevention Acts, DSHA's law. You have, the temperature in classrooms, the cell phones, as I mentioned, been quite active, all districts in the past couple of years, particularly this past year. That's all included in here. Any financial results related to overall general fund and the health of the district there, which you would get from your financial auditors in more detail, as you have those, and each district has financial auditors as well. And then any IT things, in terms of trainings and awareness, phishing campaigns, those scenarios. So that changes all come about from our meetings and interviews with the various administrators and employees. And then in terms of current observations, if we have identified any recommendations, suggestions, again, for either and then the ones here also are, either compliance or more or for operational efficiencies enhancements, thinking about using electronic documentation for your journal entries and budget transfers in place of paper. Probably one of the largest changes I've seen in the 20 years work with schools, probably moving from paper to electronic processes and procedures that you have. So we have a couple of recommendations here. New hire compliance training, right, ensure completion of those particular activities and human resources. And then the personnel activity reporting, the PAR forms that's required for employees who receive funding from grants. There's a form that's required to be filled out, and we're looking to see if maybe there's an opportunity for some efficiencies there. They're doing that every pay cycle for all individuals. Someone with 100% monies covered under a grant could be reduced in frequency. So that's more on an operational efficiency improvement. And then working on it, district's got some recommendations that are open, that are in progress, which I anticipate these being closed next year, related to a few of them related to payroll, and trying to use, again, those operational efficiencies, utilizing some software and stuff to try to find enhancements and improvements. And then a number of closed recommendations starting on page 12, rolling down through page 15. Those are closed items, and then they would kind of drop off. The report for the upcoming report for next year, we'd follow up on the open recommendations, the new and the ones that are still open. Okay, any questions related to the risk assessment report?
I have a question.
Yes.
For grants for personnel activity reporting.
Yes.
So it said that the personnel activity reports should be completed. They're currently completed annually, and you're recommending monthly. And then we're looking to do it quarterly. Is that correct? Am I
Yes.
reading it wrong?
Yep. So recommending district consider implementing a periodic time effort certification process for grant funded salaries under which employees charged less than 100% certify their actual time distribution. At least monthly with supervisor approval and reconciliation to payroll, while employees charged 100% to a single grant may be covered by a semi-annual supervisory certification.
Okay. So are there does the employee have to fill out something in order to show that they worked under the grant? Is that something separate?
It's basically a form, and it's
Okay.
a form that notes what the charges are being towards the grant from that particular person's salary, what the percentage of,
Okay.
and that's the certification that they're aware that they know that they're receiving funding, payroll monies or earnings working underneath a grant, an approved grant that
Okay.
They're
funded.
signing off basically that they're saying that they're doing the work that's on that form that's associated with the grant.
It's correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
no,
That's-
it makes sense. I just signed when it worked. That's why
Okay.
I didn't understand why. But now I
Yes.
know. Thank you.
And then frequency depends on your percentage of your salary charged to a grant. So if it's 100%, it could be less frequent, semi-annual. And, so that's the recommendation there. Good question. Any other questions on the report?
I just wanted to just make a couple of comments. So I know you mentioned the piece in there, the recommendation about the training for new hires and about really about being able to develop a system for tracking and ensuring that they did receive the training and certificates and so forth. So I know it's just funny because we had talked actually for a couple of months now with Mrs. Gadis in the HR office, who has been developing those procedures specifically. So we should be able to have those, be able to share with the board probably by January. So it was just ironic because I don't know that we knew that recommendation was coming, but that was great. But also that many of those items, even from last year, most of them are really closed out, which is great. So I did want to thank the business office in regards to the work that they've done to really, get a handle on closing out recommendations that have previously made. We love you guys. We don't always agree with every recommendation. I know sometimes there are things that we prefer to either continue to do because we're doing it in-house and it may be cheaper than bringing in a third party or things like that. But I am very appreciative to everybody from the business office for everything that they do in regards to always looking to become more efficient and better at what we do. And obviously, your team is a big part of that. Just like with our look at the benefits department, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our processes, like we looked at that when we had some, questions that we had internally just about Medicare reimbursement. We said, what, it's a great opportunity to have our auditing firm look at the whole department to then come back and say, are there other things that we are unaware of that we need to do a better job? So it's really about being open to the fact that like we're all learning, we're all lifelong learners in whatever role we play. And as long as we're open to the fact that there are going to be new things that we can implement that will make us better and be willing to do that, then I think that we're always going to keep moving forward, be a little bit better tomorrow than we are today. So thank you, business office, for your work.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd. And we love working with you guys as well. And in terms of recommendations, right, there are suggested recommendations. If it's a compliance type of recommendation, then obviously we expect the district, should and needs to kind of follow such. But some of these operational efficiencies, it's something to consider. Districts may choose a different route or do something different, obviously, which is understandable. And again, it just drives the conversations, discussions, and it's some thought for the district to look into. And okay, so thinking about now, I guess the last agenda item, unless any other questions on reports. Okay. So thinking of detailed testing for this upcoming 2025-26 year, as I mentioned, right, using the table, going back and looking at key areas. There's some areas where you'll see we have not performed any detailed testing. Some of that is because the area itself probably isn't very significant or sizable, where we really find a lot of value add in a district, probably like in terms of governance and planning, accounting and reporting scenarios, where you have your orders in place, you're following compliance, you have audit committees, you have board activities, and everything is pretty good and solid there. So really not something that would find value add in terms of us doing detailed testing in that particular areas. So then we look at some key areas where we have performed a review, but it's been, I guess, a period of time has passed. And one that we're thinking of suggesting and considering, and we've talked about it previously, I believe, too, in the past couple of years, it's come up, maybe human resources as the area to look at. And I know there was a newer person, right? There was a change in administration. So we said, why don't we wait, have the newer administrator in that area before considering that as our detailed testing area. So that's kind of our suggestion, our thoughts. Had conversations, as we usually do, with the administration before tonight's meeting. But the decision rests with the audit committee in terms of which area you would like to see us perform detailed testing. Or if you have any questions or any other thoughts, please feel free. Okay.
I'll just say, just to remind the committee, we did talk about last year. In the prior year, we were gearing up to do the detailed testing in HR. We changed it to look at the Medicare payments, as you well know, and then we expanded that scope and did the entire employee benefits department through the detailed testing. As Rich suggested, we also postponed HR because Ms. Gadis had just come in, was just learning the department, and we figured with a year under her belt, it would be easier this year. So we don't have to make a final decision tonight, but we can talk about it further if you'd like. But Rich would need to know what area we're going to do in detailed testing, and I highly recommend that we go back to the original plan and do HR this year, unless anybody has any other suggestions, concerns, or questions with regard to where we're going to test in this coming school year.
I think it's a big area. I feel very comfortable with that.
Yeah,
We're all
and we're,
good?
and we're looking at different systems, so I think it'll all kind of come together as we look on, an onboarding process and making sure everybody's done. The audit can certainly help us sort through the options there.
Fabulous.
So agreed, or? you wanna
Yes,
take a-
yes.
okay.
We're good with
we
it.
know what we're
Yes.
doing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Happy and healthy holidays, everybody. Appreciate it. All right. Good night.
Okay. That's the end of this meeting. So I'm going to, may I have a motion to adjourn the audit committee meeting? Peggy, do I have a second? Jen, all in favor? 4, against, 0. Meeting is adjourned. Okay. Hold on, we have to open the second one. Okay. We ready? All right, everybody. We're starting a new meeting. So good evening. As a reminder, anyone planning to speak at our public we heard tonight, you must sign up prior to the start of the meeting, which is about to start. I'm watching you back there, Dylan. All right. Okay. Do I have a motion to convene the December 10th regular meeting of the Levittown Board of Education? Phyllis, do I have a second? Jen, all in favor? Oh, wait. I have a second. Please note Mary and Adrian, James Moran, and Michael Pappas are excused from this meeting. Okay, now all in favor. 4, against. Welcome, everybody. I would like to welcome you to the December 10th meeting of the Levittown Board of Education. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. May we please have a moment of silence to remember all of those serving our country at home and overseas. Thank you. Please take a look at the beautiful artwork on the walls from Abbey Lane Elementary School. Many thanks to our art teachers and students for sharing their work with us. It's very festive, beautiful, and colorful, and I love it. Okay. So a really exciting part of our evening, we're going to move to the auditorium for a brief musical performance from the MacArthur Wind Ensemble. We're going to return about 7:45, and we'll continue with the AMLE recognitions here. We'd love for you to join us if you'd like, or you're more than welcome to stay here, but we will now be...
We'll be back.
We will be back. So I hope you all got to join us. That was absolutely beautiful. So thank you for that. And I am now going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Winch for our Am I saying that right?
that's right.
I'm so excited. Recognitions.
So I am going to ask for the board, those that
Tuesday.
Okay. So good evening. Tonight we have the pleasure of recognizing a truly outstanding accomplishment by the Wisdom Lane Middle School community and by a team of people who represent the very best of what public education stands for. Wisdom Lane Middle School has been proudly designated as an AMLE School of Distinction by the Association for Middle Level Education. This is not an award that is given lightly, as only, I believe, Mr. Vina, 64 other schools in the nation have achieved this designation. It reflects deep, reflective work around how a school serves young adolescents academically, socially, and emotionally. It speaks to the strength of the school's culture, its instructional practices, its partnerships with families, and its commitment to meeting students where they are while preparing them for what lies ahead. Tonight, we are recognizing many of the individuals who work behind the scenes on the detailed application process that made this designation possible. This was not just a simple form to fill out. It required thoughtful evidence, reflection, collaboration, and a clear articulation of who Wisdom Lane is and what it stands for. That takes time, it takes honesty, and most of all, it takes teamwork. To our administrators that were involved, thank you for your leadership and vision. You set the tone, you guide the work, and you help ensure that every decision remains centered on students. If I remember correctly, you actually received a special award from AMLE for the most supportive administrative team. So that says a lot about you. So thank you for that. A special shout out to Dr. Zirianis, who helped with the inception of this idea, and to Mr. Velo Shaw, the assistant principal, for facilitating much of this work. And at this point, I am going to call up our administrators who were involved with this process. So if Mr. Avina, the principal of Wisdom Lane, can come on up. Assistant Principal, Mr. Craig Avella Shaw. And then Dr. Margaret Ippolito, Special Education Chair, come on up. And then from district level, Dr. Kolognicki and Mr. Towers, who were very helpful with the data collection for this process. Congratulations. I'm going to have the four of you come back over to the front here. Mr. Avella Shaw, Mr. Towers, Dr. Kolognicki, all down here at the front. Thank you. To our teachers and staff, thank you for opening your classrooms, sharing your practices, and telling the story of the work that you do every day. Your impact is real, and this recognition affirms what we already know about the care and professionalism you bring to your students. As someone who was a former teacher at Wisdom Lane for several years, I can honestly vouch for that. The building is a very, very special place. To our students, thank you for lending your voices to this process. Your experiences, your honesty, and your enthusiasm helped show exactly what makes Wisdom Lane such a special place to learn and grow. And to our parents and families, thank you for your partnership, your trust, and all of your help, your willingness to share your perspectives and be a partner. Strong schools are built on strong relationships with families, and this recognition reflects that connection in a powerful way. And this designation belongs to all of you. It reflects a school that believes in educating the whole child, in holding high expectations while providing strong support, and in creating an environment where young adolescents feel known, challenged, and valued. As a small symbol of our thanks, we are presenting certificates. this evening to each of the individuals who contributed to the application process. These certificates, while minor, represent many hours of work, but more importantly, they represent your commitment to the students and to the continued excellence of Wisdom Lane Middle School. At this time, I am going to pass the microphone over to Mr. Avina and Mr. Avella Shaw to announce the parents, teachers, and the students who are involved in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. For the whole entire administration team, we would like to thank the Board of Education and Central Office and Dr. Zirigianis, especially, who started us on this path over 2 years ago, and for the financial backing and also the support throughout that time. I would also like to thank Mr. Avella Shaw for his leadership in helping us achieve this wonderful recognition. Tonight, we will recognize about 40 of our staff members, students, community members, parents, and other members from the building. Those 40 represent a whole community. As a wise person told me once, we were the people that worked to put the application together and do the interview process, but there are 125 staff members and 800 students each year in that building that help us make Wisdom Lane what Wildcat are all about. And it's really proud, and I'm really proud just to be the face of that building. So before I get more emotional, which I usually don't, the process, the process that I was 100% against doing 2 years, 2 years ago in till Dr. Zirigianis and then Mr. Avella Shaw kind of said, let's try and do this. Let's do this. It turned out to be so rewarding to have a lifetime of work and a lifetime of good friends and staff members have this recognition, and really humbling to see what we've done and how much we mean to community members and how they honored us. So I really do thank everyone who was a part of this. And at this time, I'd like to start calling up the members of the committee that helped us write the application and did the entire interview process with a number of AMLE members. Hey, where are we? Kira Beechler, science teacher. Cassandra Przusko, our oh, sorry, Kira. She's not tenured yet, so she really doesn't know what to do. Cassandra runs our cafeteria. Dr. Julie Chiarello, who I don't see here with us tonight. Miss Jessica Dillon, English teacher. Miss Christine Elder, guidance counselor, who's not here with us this evening. Miss Dawn Feldman, computer teacher assistant. Miss Rena Finkelstein, who is our social worker out on maternity leave. Miss Carol Fitzpatrick, our nurse. Dr. Lee Gardner, our school psychologist. Vanessa Kowalczyk, science teacher. Kevin Liu, custodian. As you see what I'm calling off, so many people were involved in this process. John Lapani, 6th grade social studies teacher. Barbara Loveland, a 7th grade guidance counselor. Megan Mastronardi, a 6th grade reading language arts teacher. Pam McClendon, our 8th grade guidance counselor. Robert McNamara, our math teacher. Joanne Medina, our social worker. Christine Morger, one of our E&L teachers. Mr. John Nazinski, one of our social studies teachers. Miss Maura O'Sullivan, our guidance chairperson. Mr. Dave Radke, longtime math teacher, now TA in the building. Ron York, who is our security aide. Christine Schlenner, our principal's typist clerk in the main office. Kristen Schmidt, our dean of students and English teacher. Daniela Specht, our art teacher. Brianna Springer, our sixth grade science teacher. Miss Caitlin Stabile, our librarian. And Miss Melissa Thompson, our seventh grade social studies teacher, who was just recognized as a national board. And now to some of our students that really helped through the process, both students in the middle school and our students at the our former graduates did help through the process. I know not all of them can be here tonight as they were, some of them had practices and other obligations. So first, Adriana Faith. Thomas Hartman. Ryan Erkovon. Allison Kim. Michael Lofo. Rayan Mohammed. Mona Mohammed. Japleen Rother. Leonardo Martinez. And now some of our PTA community members that have been involved and been working with us, seems like forever. Lauren Sika. Karen Martinez. Yeliz Cipriano. Jeanette Ruddy. Sorry. I know. Sorry, Miss Ruddy. Jeanette Ruddy. It's so much easier when I'm not reading. Sorry, Miss Ruddy. She is our PTA president, so I should know that name. And then Danielle Mascoud. Yes. Again, thank you to... all right. Thank you again for this recognition tonight. It was a long process that was well-deserved and well-earned. A lot of years prior to when I got there, I have to give a shout-out to Mr. Tim Chambers, one of the first principals that I met at Wisdom Lane Middle School, who hired so many of the staff members who are still in place. And that just continued. And as we rolled into the last 16 years that I've been there, it's really been a wonderful journey. And it was such a cool honor and recognition. And I thank you to everybody involved in the process. Last time, thank you to Mr. Velshore for leading us in this process. And Dr. Zirigianis for mentioning it 2 years ago.
I'm just going to mention that, obviously, thank you to everybody in the Board of Education and Central Administration. So proud of all of the work and on this designation. It really is incredible. Only 2 other schools in Long Island were designated this year. And just, he is extremely humble, but none of this really would be possible without Mr. Ravina's leadership. Like I said, that at Amley, they received a special award, basically, which noted the amazing administration that exists at Wisdom Lane, but that starts at the top. And Mr. Ravina is at the top, and though he'll never take credit for anything that happens there, so much of what happens there is because of him. So we thank you, Mr. Ravina, for all the years of service to the district. Can we do a big photo? We're gonna do it in the lobby. All right. Can we do a big photo with everybody in the lobby, and then we'll be right back. Okay, let's do that. So thank you very much, everybody.
Well, that was a lot of fun, and I'm grateful to be part of such an amazing community. All right, let's go to comments and reports. Superintendent Winch.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't have a lot of presentations or reports from the superintendent tonight, though I did want Mr. Fabiano just to have a moment to explain something that is on the agenda tonight, which is about the bids. So if you remember, we are in the process of doing a lot of capital work that was approved by our voters a couple years ago. Those projects take a lot of time. They have to be designed by an architect, sent up to the state for approval, and then bid out, and then the work starts. And so we're in basically the next phase of our projects. So Mr. Fabiano, I just want to just talk briefly about the bids and where we are in that process.
Yeah, this is just a real brief recap. Tonight, you're going to be asked to award several contracts associated with the capital plan. Mostly their roof work, masonry work at MacArthur, Summit, Salk, and this building, LMEC. Work includes abatement, and at MacArthur, it also includes the reconstruction of the locker rooms. This work represented about $19 million in our capital program. If you could just go to the next slide, that's the $18,879,000 up there. What you're going to be awarding tonight is an amount of approximately $10.7 million. With all the other costs factored in, this would be our what we call soft cost, architect fees, construction management fees. Our projected costs are about $14.3 million based on these awards tonight, which puts us under budget by about $4.5 million. So this is really good news. The bids which were held in this room, this entire room was filled up that day, so the bids were well received. We had a lot of interest in this work, and henceforth the good pricing. If we go to the next slide, I just wanted to update. This was part of our September capital project update, where we had approximately $4.8 million in unplanned balance. I've updated this slide to show that this money has now been returned back into the pot, so to speak, and it gives us an additional $4.5 million that we can apply towards future capital projects that we didn't know we had just a couple of weeks ago. So, congratulations to the facilities team and the work that they did in bringing this all together. So if there are any questions, like I said, I think it's item 6.7 on the agenda, and that'll be coming up.
Can you I want to just mention a couple of these. So when it talks about unplanned balance, that's just money that's in the capital fund to fund things that are unexpected, right? Anything that comes up, right?
Well, the unplanned, we haven't dedicated that to anything yet. So the 21 future project,
and then the contingency is the $4 million for unexpected.
That is truly, yes, we call it a code compliance contingency. If any work needs to be done that is required, such as an abatement, we have a money set aside just for that.
And the planned expenses that you have, could you just mention what that $21 million includes?
Yeah, so we had gone, I didn't want to go rehash the whole thing, but real briefly, we have the parking lot, the south parking lot at Wisdom. We have the Gardner's traffic circle up front and the road work and the side work associated with that. But the majority of this work, the board has committed $14 million to the softball fields at both MacArthur and Division High School.
And the baseball fields.
I'm sorry, the softball and baseball field. What did I say?
You just said softball.
Okay, softball and baseball fields at both high schools.
Okay.
And just real quick, the capital fund, the extra money, woohoo, it has to stay in the capital fund lines. We can't, right? I just want to make that clear.
Yes,
clarify for myself.
because these came from a capital reserve. These are voter approved, so we could only use the money for what the voters approved it to do. And these are the capital projects, and they are the capital projects that are contained in the 5-year capital plan. And so we'll be looking for input as we move forward. But as you can see, we still have approximately $22 million worth of work ahead of us, in addition to this work that you're awarding here tonight. So there's still a lot to go, but we'll be getting to that, as the year unfolds.
I just want to say it's a great question because a lot of times people will misunderstand and say, well, look at all that money. Why don't they just use that and not raise taxes, things like that? That money is voter approved by the voters several years ago to be used for certain projects. We can't do anything else with that money other than that because it is voter approved.
Yes,
Correct?
that is correct. And this is its own separate fund. This is the capital fund. And so the monies do not, flow back to the general
regular
fund, which is the fund that the voters approved the budget for.
And I think, yeah, right. I think that's important for people to understand. All the people listening at home now know. So hopefully a lot are. And look at what happened at Wisdom, right? We had a whole school underneath the school. So, that.
That's part of the reason why we had the contingency. We added
the
the
code
contingency line.
compliance contingency. Yeah. I
Just
mean,
things
it's
like
always a
that.
good idea to have a set aside,
Yes.
but we've kind of formalized it a little bit more now, and we're, and that's what that.
Thank you, Mr.
formula is.
Fabiano.
Thank you.
In regards to follow-up to prior publicly heard questions, I'm going to read those now. I just have to dig out my glasses.
Mine, they're
What
pretty.
are they? What number?
One.
Oh, mine's 2.5. One. I'm sorry. Okay. So at our last meeting, we had two publicly heard speakers. My first letter is to Mr. Morris. Thank you for speaking at our November 19th, 2025 Board of Education meeting and for sharing a thoughtful idea about creating a school district flag, or a community flag, really, as part of your Seal of Civic Readiness project. I appreciate the initiative you are showing and the pride you clearly have in our community. Your proposal reflects exactly what the seal is meant to inspire: meaningful engagement, leadership, and a desire to leave a positive mark on your community. Our central office team would be happy to support you in exploring a clear and inclusive process for developing a flag. This could include opportunities for student voice, staff input, community involvement, which aligns well with both the Seal of Civic Readiness requirements and our district's values. Your project has the potential to bring people together and strengthen our shared identity. We will reach out to you in the coming days, which actually has already occurred, through your school email so we can connect you with the appropriate staff members who can help guide the next steps. That includes Mr. Burke, Social Studies Director over at in the district office. You should feel proud of the way you are using this project to contribute to something lasting and meaningful. Thank you again for your commitment to our schools and for taking the time to present your idea to the board. Our second speaker was Mr. Matty Buckies. Thank you for taking the time to speak at our November 19th Board of Education meeting. I appreciate the thoughtful way you raised your questions about the vice chairperson positions in our special education department and guidance offices at the high school level. We will keep your suggestions in mind as we review our administrative structure in anticipation of building our 26-27 annual budget, which is about to begin. I also want to thank you for your kind words about the district's support for individuals with disabilities. Our staff cares deeply about meeting the needs of every learner, and it means a great deal when community members recognize their efforts. I am glad you highlighted the work of our Director of Special Education and the partnership with the Winter Center for Autism. That collaboration continues to help us strengthen our programs and provide meaningful support to students. We value your engagement and your advocacy. Please know that your feedback will be part of our ongoing conversations as we review staffing structures and look for ways to enhance services for our students. Thank you again for your time, your thoughtfulness, and your commitment to our school community. Those were our two publicly heard responses. In regards to follow-up to board questions, I did receive some questions. Mr. Pappas is not here, unfortunately, tonight. He did send some questions in regards to the audit, which I think were all answered. There was about 10 or 15 questions. So the auditors gave us feedback on those answers, which I did provide to the board. I'm not sure if the board members have any other questions.
I have a question that kind of has to do with the audit, but also has to do with our budget. So, Mike, maybe this is more for you. So, the benefits for health insurance are going to go up on January 6th, right? I mean, everyone's are. Well, okay, I don't know. I'm a teacher, so
That's
mine are going
correct.
up January 1st. So, my question is, how does that impact what you have budgeted for the school year, since our budget ends at the end of June, but the benefits go up in January? Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. So we have two different fiscal years, July to June, our fiscal year, and NISHIP's fiscal year is the calendar year, January to December. So we have to make an assumption when we're budgeting what the rates will increase. And typically, we go a little bit high because if you're low, you'll have to transfer money from other places. We went high with about a 10% increase, and unfortunately, it got entirely consumed here. So for January to June, we're going to pay that increased rate that was budgeted. The challenge is going to be for next year. We have to then budget that increase and then make an assumption for the 2027 school year. So it's it is challenging. We're going to get into the budget process, but our to put it in perspective, our appropriation for health insurance is 1/5 our tax levy. So when it goes up by 10%, double digits, that's the equivalent of our tax levy going up by 2%, which is the cap. So, one way to look at that is a 10% increase in health insurance cost consumes our entire tax cap. So that's going to be the challenge we face for 26, 27.
So when you come up with that, like that amount, or when you're looking, like you do a 5-year look back, right? Like insurance premiums have gone up, I would say significantly since 2020. So do you base it like on like a 5-year look back or like 3-year? Because like I think it went up like 8.9%. My health insurance, and I don't know how it is across the board. So if you're saying 10%, let's say you figured for this year, so for next year, would you look like 12 or 15 just to make sure you are covering enough, because there could be a giant increase the way that the premiums have been going up the last few years?
Yeah, we will strive. So generally, NASBO, our organization, business officials will kind of come up with a consensus is what it should be. We do take their advice, but it is district specific in that, many districts, as much as they might want to budget a 10% increase, really don't have the wherewithal to do that. And so they sometimes go less. Again, it's a little early in the process to see where we're going to go. But there are a lot of things on the horizon pointing to we're not done with this yet. The government shutdown, the subsidies for Obamacare, they're all related. And we just don't see the growth in health insurance premiums, the percentage increase slowing down anytime soon. And it is one of the biggest challenges we're going to face budgetarily this year.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge that you guys thought about this in advance. And I think even with the money that's left in the capital fund, like it's not, we didn't have to go for a bond for that. So I think like that financial forethought and thinking about the future, it really makes a difference. Like that's another example of it. So thank you to your in office.
Thank you.
And just to comment on that, it's a good point, because a lot of times I think people feel like, well, why is that number being budgeted higher than what it already is? The problem is that the fiscal calendars don't run the same way, and so like you just said, we're going to have to start paying more money for healthcare starting in January, even though this budget was adopted last May. And so that is definitely a tricky thing to predict, especially when at the same time you don't know what your state aid numbers are. There's so many things you don't know. A lot of it's guesswork, but because of the fiscal conservatism of the district for like the last 10 or 15 years, of which some of you have been a part of that, and all of you have been part of a certain amount of time, is incredibly important, because you then don't have to go after bonds. Like when we did the AC work, which was, as much as we did it at the time for security, it then became a state law that you couldn't have students in session if the temperature was above 88. We didn't have to go out for a bond to do that. We didn't have to raise additional taxes to do that. Like we were able to accommodate that within our budget as it was. So that all comes into play when we talk about the budget process and about, why it's important to make sure that we're all invested in that, and that, it's really looking at the next 5 years, because like Mr. Fabiano mentions each year that, healthcare is one of our 30-30-30 club, right? So 30% increases over the last 3 years, transportation, special education, and health. And at least for healthcare and transportation, really, special ed, we're starting to see a little bit of a shift, at least in our district. But transportation and healthcare continue to outpace inflation and outpace our ability to raise revenue. So it continues to decrease the surplus we have. But that surplus won't last forever. And so if healthcare continues to increase for 10% every year forever, we're at some point will not afford it. That concludes my report, Madam President.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Nguyen. All right, we are up to comments and reports, and we're going to actually start with our with Ms. Meringue.
Yes, I just wanted to give an update on one day this week. I forget which day. Oh, Monday. Monday, there was a team of us, including our superintendent, our deputy superintendent, the health directors from Salk and MacArthur, a health teacher from division, Marianne, Adrian, and myself went over to Oceanside High School to meet with some of their staff to go over a program that Marianne and I had observed when we were in the New York State Convention. It was called the Source of Health and Source of Strength. Sorry, and we find that we learned about it in the city. Then we came here and we saw the way Oceanside has implemented. We know Bethpage has implemented, and we gathered a lot of information. But from what we're looking at, we're not looking at an add-on piecemeal. We're looking for something that has great depth into suicide prevention is the end result, but the beginning result starts in kindergarten and even before that, of going through all the developmental stages and finding out. They use the thought process of an upstream instead of focusing on what kids shouldn't do. It's really an upstream approach of just build up, and it builds from grade to grade to grade, So it's something that we're going to look further into as part of when we talked about security, we know security is not just a one facet part of what we're looking for, that there's many components to building a safe school district, and mental health is a huge part of it. So just to let everybody know that the board and the central office and some of our directors and faculty and staff are looking into the program, and then we'll bring you later reports down the line. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Now, ready? Life Fact? We are going to do the Life Fact. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you may remember a couple of meetings ago, we had someone come in the public be heard that asked the district to investigate the product known as LifeVac. And I believe that Ms. Dalton had requested a little more in-depth presentation from the organization. And so we do have a representative from LifeVac who's going to give a presentation. So if you come on up, and you can use that microphone that's right there and share with us your information.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you. I actually have been in this community, not Levittown, but I was in Wantagh for about 30 years. So I know a lot of the people that are here in Levittown. Matter of fact, I'm the past president of Kiwanis of Wantagh. So I know Marianne Adrian, she's our lieutenant governor, and as well Mike Pappas from Kiwanis. So thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. I happen to be the vice president of sales for LifeVac. So I wanted to just say thank you again to all of you in the audience. But for those of you who don't know what LifeVac is, that's what I'm going to cover for you now. It is a product that is actually made here on Long Island, which is really something we're very proud of. Being made in the USA is a big deal, especially because it is very expensive, labor and so forth. But the gentleman who actually invented this product, his name is Arthur Lee. A lot of people might have seen him on TV, right? And he is not just a handsome actor. He actually is the inventor of the product. And it was a tragedy that led to the solution. So he was a retired shipping executive. One of his best friends had witnessed, he was a gentleman he worked with, a choking incident inside an ER that was unfortunately an ending that no one wants. A 7-year-old boy was wheeled in by EMTs and paramedics, and that little boy did not make it out of that ER alive. And his best friend witnessed this. Now that child was the same age as Arthur's child. So Arthur set to work in his garage in Massapequa to make sure that he was going to invent something so that his daughter would never die. Not to say that she would never die, but from choking for that matter. So here we are, and ironically, I just sent this presentation over to Randy D'Ambrosia, who, by the way, I was the Girl Scout leader with for many years. So kind of crazy. Small world here, right? But we have now saved 5,095 lives, and 3,088 of them are children. So where do children spend their days? In school, right? So the idea that we set to work on doing peer-reviewed studies, we have 9 peer-reviewed studies. We have a global research study. We are a worldwide company. So that number that you see there, that is the clinical reports that we have received. We know that there's probably double that because we've been in business now since 2012. A lot of people think that we're a brand new company, but we have been around for 14 years. We are in about 5 million homes worldwide, but we are also in thousands of school districts, including the Wantagh School District, because that's where my children went. And I happen to be the leader of the Key Club. I am the Kiwanis advisor, so I know Joanne Medina very well. She's the teacher advisor, certainly, but one of the things that we're really passionate about is making sure our community is safe. So my Key Club did a bake sale and donated the Life Packs to our Wantagh School District. But they are in thousands of restaurants, businesses. The Nassau County Police Department has in every single patrol car. Ironically, a police officer in Levittown was able to save a disabled man at ACLD when they used every single precautionary measure. Choking and rescue protocols did not work on this gentleman. He was a big guy. The patrol officer right out of the academy saved his life. So we were really excited about that. The Levittown Fire Department has it in their fire department. I don't know if you're aware of that. So when I went in and presented to them, they all lined up and bought it for their own personal homes. And they said, why don't we have this in the school district? And I said, I need your help on that. So I thought it might have been them, but I have a feeling it might have been a teacher named Christine Muro. Does that sound familiar? Very passionate. And I was at the Levittown Property Owners Association meeting, and she came up to me and said, I'm going to speak to our district about it. It is also in assisted living facilities and nursing care facilities worldwide. We have it in all the Bristols in New York State. In my first 6 months, I've saved 5 lives in the Bristol. Okay. So with that being said, it's one of those things that we always say, we wish we never needed it, but unfortunately choking happens every single day. I do also, and I can do a demonstration for you because I would love to. It is very simple, it's safe, and it's an effective alternative to the situation when it doesn't work. Right? I'm not going to say don't do what you're trained to do. Always do your back steps, always do your abdominal thrusts. But we know that 70% of the time that works, 30% of the time are not great statistics, okay? And it is registered with the FDA as a Class 2 medical device. I am working right now on approval with the FDA to move it into a different classification. There are a number of devices circulating in from the China, unfortunately, and other countries, and those devices are not patented, not regulated, and they could potentially kill someone. So our company has hired a whole team of lawyers to fight that right now. So we're working on it. Time is of the essence. So now one of these things that you might not realize that unfortunately brain damage can happen between 4 and 6 minutes. Think about that. If you have a choking incident inside the cafeteria area, there's, a situation that maybe a cafeteria aide can't resolve. They have to go get the school nurse. In a lot of places, there's school resource officers as well, many of which are trained to do exactly what we're all trained to do, right? I'm certified as well, back steps and abdominal thrusts. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work. There's 5,000 people who die each year, and 1 child dies every 5 days. That's far too many. And again, where do children spend their day? Is in school. So it is one of the 4th leading causes of accidental death in children, but it's also one of the leading causes of accidental death in people over 65. I'm no spring chicken. I'm 58, right? And the idea that this could happen to any one of us, right? So it's something that I always say it's something preventable. So again, that is statistics that are facts. Between 6 and 10 minutes, brain damage is probable, but after 10 minutes, that person is never going to live. It's unfortunate. The body will go into shock. They will go into cardiac arrest between 4 and 6 minutes, and that's typically what people don't survive. How does LifeVac work? You place the mask over the nose and mouth. You push and you pull. How many of you used a toilet plunger, a sink plunger? We all have, right? So the brilliance behind the design of this product was Arthur Lee said, I'm not a doctor. I'm not an engineer, right? I'm just a passionate dad. I know I would panic if something was happening to my daughter. He wanted to keep it simple, and he looked at the trachea and the esophagus as pipes. And again, what did we use to clear a clogged pipe? A plunger. And so again, what we've attached to that is the anesthesia mask, and there is an adult and a pediatric mask in each one of our kits. And it's a very simple device to use. I'm going to do a demonstration at the end. I just want to be able to reserve some time for questions. It's so easy. It's safe for children and adults. A lot of people always ask me about this suction, right? It's about 300 millimeters of mercury. Anybody ever had a really deep cough or ever had a choking incident? Anyone in the room? Okay. I'll tell you, just the other day, I had, they gave me one of those pills for an antibiotic because I had a root canal done, and I almost didn't swallow that pill. I almost choked on my own pill, right? I live alone. My children are adults. So what would I do? Well, I'm lucky. I have a LifeVac in my home, and I was able to gag, right? And sometimes that does work, but it doesn't always work. So this is a solution that can be for anyone and everyone. It's portable and compact. one of my districts down in Texas, and by the way, in the state of Texas, there was a bill passed, and that was the Weston Mandrell bill. That was passed by the governor because a little boy choked to death. And there was about 5 children who choked to death in the state of Texas in schools. The bill was passed and over 10,000 schools were equipped. It kept us pretty busy this summer, okay? All with airway clearance devices. But this is a portable airway clearance device called the Travel Kit. They have it on all their buses. They call it Safety on the Move. They have a Stop the Bleed, a Life Act kit, a first aid kit, and a fire blanket on all of their buses. So again, portable and compact. It's effective in a critical situation. Training and awareness is one of the key components of our success. We have hundreds of trainers, CPR trainers that are out there training people on our device. Why? Because people are asking about it. People know about it. And another thing is the American Red Cross, for the first time in 47 years, they did an update to their guidelines. And they are now saying when it's not feasible to be able to do abdominal thrusts and back slaps, think about a situation, someone who is in a wheelchair. It's very difficult. You have to remove the person from the wheelchair. Someone who might be muscular or a little bit bigger and the resuscitator doesn't have the ability to get their arms around them effectively. Think about someone who's frail. A lot of the people that are frail, you could cause damage. There's certain situations where it makes sense. How about one of your pregnant staff members? What are you going to do in that situation? Are you going to do abdominal thrusts? You have to do chest compressions and back steps, and it's not always going to work. So that's when the American Red Cross comes into play. And again, the Scientific Advisory Council did an update to that to include anti-choking devices. You might recognize a couple of these partners that I work with. Cintas First Aid and Safety has helped me put it into thousands of their businesses. McKesson is one of the leading surgical supply companies. They are one of my partners also. Anybody like to shop at Costco here? Okay, well, a tragedy led to this one too. A little 4-year-old girl was shopping for her 5th birthday party inside Costco with her mother, and she went into the food court to have a hot dog and didn't make it out alive. The store had to be shut down. So many people who witnessed the incident. For any of you who don't know and you haven't seen it, I will tell you, I've talked to hundreds of families who have lost loved ones, and it is not an easy conversation. This little girl died. Costco, from their risk assessment team, came to us. They have deployed a life hack in every single one of their facilities. So next time you walk into Costco, right next to the AED, you will see my device. This is in a clear wall case on the wall, okay? Naples Community Hospital, their medical director tested the efficacy of our product. They deployed over 1,000 units to the school districts down in the Naples area. We have 2 lives saved. One happened to be in a steakhouse in a restaurant that actually received it. IKEA, it was a deployment I did with Cintas. They've deployed it in all of their stores after a near-death incident for one of their staff members, and we ended up giving them an award down at their Fort Lauderdale facility. Burger King, anybody know Burger King, right? We have a lot of franchise operations who are now implementing the Life Act for a very good reason, because they want to prevent those tragedies. Nobody wants to have to deal with a lawsuit, okay? And unfortunately, I've had to deal with a number of them. One was Palm Beach Gardens, a disabled boy choked to death inside the cafeteria, standing right next to his aides. And they did not know what to do. Unfortunately, the school district had to pay out a $2 million lawsuit, and that family doesn't have their child. These are the things that we're trying to prevent at Life Act. Education and awareness. The Wantagh Fire Department has it. The Levittown Fire Department has it. The Nassau County Police Department has it, right? You're protected from your first responders. You don't want to have to rely on them for response time, okay? And again, wherever food is being served. Now, if I tell you there's 450 different objects that I've removed, so all of them aren't food, trust me. Legos, coins, and all kinds of interesting things that children like to swallow. But even things like leaves and pieces of plastic and candy wrappers, and I can't tell you how many bottle tops we've removed. But it safeguards all of your students and your staff. And the well-being of your students and staff, I know, are important to you. By installing a Life Hack in each one of your schools and making sure that you keep your community safe is going to prevent those choking tragedies. So with that being said, I wanted to open it up to questions. I also wanted to be able to give you a demonstration, if that's okay. I wasn't sure how much time we had. Perfect. I would love Sorry about that for all the people at home. We do have a choking poster, and this choking poster actually includes doing what you're trained to do, doing the back slaps, doing the abdominal thrusts, and then using the life vac. It's as simple as place, push, pull. So again, the graphics are there, very simple to use inside the actual clear wall case. There's also additional instructions, place, push, pull. This is what we've deployed all throughout the state of Texas. There was just a new bill, by the way, passed in the New York City Council, and all New York City schools will be equipped with life vac within the next 180 days. Questions? Of course.
Can you just to go back to the beginning in regards to the FDA and what it currently is approved for, and you know, like the issue that we've had with this is that it from what we've been told is not FDA approved. So you're saying it's FDA approved at a particular level, and you're working on a different level. So can you just talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So there's something called a classification, right? So anything that's in your first aid kit is what they call class 2. The stop the bleed kits, your tourniquets, anything that's in a first aid kit is what they call class 2. Many things even on ambulances are all class 2. When we submitted our, let's call it the pre-market approval, we not too many people volunteer to do a study to choke, right? So we had to use cadavers. So we used cadavers, we submitted all our data, and that was going back almost 14 years. So the FDA gave us the classification. We registered as a class 2 device, and we hit the ground running. And we've now saved close to 5,000 lives, right? About 2 years ago, they came back to us because there's all these other devices circulating the market. So they're coming in from China. People might think they're our device. They're getting served an ad. It looks like our device. They buy it. These things do not work. They don't suction. That's a problem with an airway clearance device if they don't suction. So what we did is we hired a team of lawyers to actually go after these companies. And we cast a net to eliminate all the, not the competition by any means. If they had a product that worked, we'd be fine with them competing with us. But we're talking about hundreds of different variants of these devices, and we brought it to the FDA's attention. The FDA has been trying to shut down these companies, very difficult to do. So what we've been doing is working in conjunction with the FDA to be classified as a different classification, a class 3, which puts us in a different category, much like the AEDs, Narcan, EpiPens, right? Ideally, it's probably not the best classification for us because look at how our product is. It's non-invasive. It's simple and easy to use. Doesn't require a battery, doesn't require extensive training, and it certainly doesn't require a prescription, okay? So all those things are typically what you have with a class 3 device. But we're just happy to be compliant with the FDA at this point. There was a warning letter that was issued. Keep in mind that was really to cast out all of the bad actors that are out there, okay? So we have thousands of school districts all across the country that have all deployed LifeVac. Why? Because there's typically an incident that leads them to me. Whenever I get that phone call, they're calling me to tell me that there was a child who died or a near-death experience, and they don't want that to happen again. Because the liability, it's called premise liability, okay? Premise liability, you have to be held to a higher standard. When somebody is in your building, if God forbid something happens to them, people are litigious. They want to sue. It's a terrible world that we live in, that all these people think it's okay. But we don't want anyone to sue the school district. And we know that you had a choking incident, right? I have a lot of friends in Levittown. One of my best friends lives here. So I hear these stories all the time. And to me, thank God that person knew what to do. That's all I can say. Because not everyone jumps in, not everyone knows exactly the steps and measures to follow. And I will tell you, there was a school district down in Alabama in St. Croix County. Little boy is kind of horsing around at lunch, eating a mandarin, never thinking orange is something that's a very benign thing. He started choking. cafeteria aide, school resource officer, school nurse, all jumped in. Who was the person who saved this little boy's life? The pre-K teacher with a life hack in her purse. Why? Because all the kids, when they're little, put everything in their mouths. Okay. So if it wasn't for her, that little boy would be dead. The first responders were 20 minutes out. When the sheriff's department got there and they had resuscitated this little boy, the sheriff's department called me, the school district called me, and all of it was a happy ending. But this little boy had cracked ribs and punctured lungs and spent a week in the hospital from internal bleeding because they were very aggressive with their measures. And he was an 11-year-old boy and not a big kid, right? So I get it. You know, we want to do what we're trained to do. Doesn't this make sense to have another option? That's all I'm saying. Correct. Class 2. Class 2. Yes. Yeah. Bad actors. Yeah. Yeah. You are understanding it correctly. And one of the big reasons why we're doing this is because once we have the FDA approval, there's no more barriers, right? Because people look at that as, why weren't you FDA approved? For those of you who don't know, FDA approval costs between $20 million and $80 million. When we started this company, Arthur started this on a wing and a prayer. He was a retired shipping executive. We didn't have that kind of money, okay? Not that we do now, but we've made these investments and we are working in conjunction with the FDA. And so, you know, a lot of people asked us that question, and I know that was one of the barriers when I first came here a few years ago. And because my friends were all like, why is it not in the Levittown School District? Why is it in Wantagh? Why is it in the fire department and it isn't in the school district? And I didn't really have a good answer for that until I heard. Okay. And I'm so grateful that you gave me the time today.
What complications, if any, have you had from use of that device? I know some of the devices, and I don't know whether it's yours, have resulted in bruising or other issues or not resolving the incident or making it worse.
Yeah. So to me, training and education is paramount. That if the FDA letter that has the information about the bruising and so forth, that was DeChoker. They've been put out of business. They were not compliant with the FDA. They are now no longer allowed to sell in the United States. They killed a little boy. Unfortunately, it happens because it had a tube. They have something that they call a tongue depressor on that device. It's very invasive. I don't think I would ever feel comfortable intubating my child. I did save my own son's life, by the way, but I did everything I was trained to do. I did flip him upside down. I'm not going to lie, hung him by his ankles and hit him between the shoulder blades, but he was my child, right? Not like he was one of the students. He is alive today in a trained DMT, and we laugh about it now, okay? But it's something that we can laugh about because he lived. So it's something that I feel very passionate about. Part of this is part of the training, right? So we have trainers that are out there, specifically in Long Island. I have some trainers that I work with that are absolutely excellent. They incorporate this into their CPR training as another option at the end. They go through the training. On my website, I have a paramedic who happens to be a fire captain in West Palm Beach. His name is Ryan Sharman. He does a very good video. It's 6 minutes. And at the end of the video, I have a training quiz. So if they don't pass the training quiz, they don't get their certificate, okay? So training is a very important part of that. I've had some parents who are pretty aggressive with it, right? And, you know, certainly if you're using it on a child under 22 pounds, that's not recommended. But I've saved over 3,000 children. 75% of them were under 22 pounds, okay? The most recent one was just yesterday. I had a 3-month-old that was saved choking on a mucus plug because they had, unfortunately, they had polyps or something that was causing a lot of mucus buildup. So ideally, would I have recommended it for that young child? No, but at the same time, it's their child and they own the device. So it's very hard to tell them no, but there's a happy ending there too.
I don't think you answered my question. I'm
t-
sorry.
t-
I'm the
my-
school
has my
district
device
lawyer,
caused
so I
issues?
don't want to cross-examine you. But
No, it's totally fine.
It's a hazard.
Is it a hazard? So have we had damage caused by the device? Yes, because of user error.
But what kind of damage has there been, just so we understand the
Bruising,
potential risks?
Right. Same kind of risk that you have with doing abdominal thrust where you could crack ribs, right? You could puncture lungs. Any kind of resuscitation that you're doing for a choking incident is going to cause some sort of bruising, right? Whether it be when you're doing the abdominal thrust. over the nose and mouth, as you can see, it doesn't require a forceful move. It's the suction, right? It's using negative pressure. It's not using force. Does that make sense? So there should not be any issues. However, is there going to be problems? And we do have, like I said, over 5,000 reports that have been issued to us, and we've had the majority of them happy endings. We did have one child that died, not as a direct result of the Life Act. They waited 10 minutes to use the Life Act, and that is going to cause the child to go into cardiac arrest. That's what the child did not recover from. Okay, so yes, to your point, nothing's infallible, nothing's perfect, right? Not like us people who are perfect, right? It's still a device.
And I understand that there was some proposed state legislation
There
that
is.
would have given some authority for schools and other entities to use these devices. Do you know what the status of that is?
Yep. So Senator Matera and Senator Rhodes both introduced a bill, and we're working on that being reintroduced. It made it through the Senate, passed through the Senate, got roadblock in the Assembly based on the Department of Education and funding. This is a device that costs $70. If somebody doesn't think someone's life is worth $70, I don't know how else to put it. Okay? It's not like it's an expensive device. In the state of Texas, we introduced the bill. It passed within 6 months. It depends on who is supporting it. I had Christy Marmorato up in the Bronx introduce the bill in the New York City Council on March 17th and got it passed on December 3rd. Okay? It depends on the passion and the purpose behind the people that are working on the legislation. But yes, no, Senator Rhodes actually has been, we've talked a number of times. He happens to be a firefighter in Wantagh, is acutely aware of this product. So he's working on it. And Matera is as well.
Sorry, I have one more question. I apologize.
No, I
Um,
don't mind it.
What is the shelf life, or whatever you would call it, for that device? How often does it have to be replaced, assuming it's not used?
This device never has to be replaced. The device itself, the masks will deflate over time, 2 to 3 years. The mask cost is about $6. So that's the only thing that you're going to need to replace. If you use the device in a choking emergency, we replace the entire kit. People always ask me, why? Well, we want to know where the life was saved. We want to know the incident report. But do you want to use a device in a public use situation? Someone has had vomit and mucus. When you remove an airway obstruction, trust me, everything else comes up, right? And I wouldn't want that being used in a public use situation. So that is why we do the replacements. And we have done over almost 5,100 of them. Free. Mm-hmm. By the way, did I tell you that my CEO has offered one free one to every school in the United States? So one is better than none. That's how I feel. Okay. So we will continue to offer that. We'll offer that to the Levittown School District. You have one of your own residents, a demolition specialist. He actually offered to buy them for your entire school district. He bought them for his whole family. When I was at the Levittown Property Owners Association, he goes, make sure you tell them that, Heidi. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that. He'll buy you school kits, and the school kits should be strategically placed. One should be in the main office, one should be in the school nurse office, one should be in the cafeteria, and one should be in the athletic director or gymnasium area. Everywhere where children are congregating and food possibly could be served.
From what I understand, there's not a lot of school districts on Long Island that have that device now. But what I had started looking into was, and I haven't been able to determine which districts have it, with a protocol for how it's to be used. Because obviously if the district was going to implement this, they would want to have a use protocol and figure out who's going to do it, how they're going to be trained. Would you be able to, not necessarily on the live stream here, but to share with us which district have an actual protocol that has been approved by their school physician, so we could, if the board wants to do something with this, they
Sure.
could speak with those districts?
Sure. So typically I don't share our facilities listing for a number of reasons for privacy, unless they've allowed me to. So I will contact a couple of the school districts that I know are willing to have that conversation with you. You want them on Long Island, correct?
I think if the board is going to consider this, I would think you would want to know, districts here on Long Island,
Yep.
how they've done it, so that, you can do some follow-up and,
Sure.
and see how
Of course.
it's gone.
Yeah. again, no, just if you had implemented it, I would never do that without talking to you first, right? So know that that's something that I have to just, get clearance from. I've also worked on policies and procedures for nursing care. I just was on with Ventura Unified School District right before I got here. And that's one of their biggest concerns, again, is knowing how to deploy that, knowing who to train, knowing exactly how to follow the rules, right? So I absolutely will. And I'm going to give everybody one of my cards. Any other questions? Good. Right. It really is. It was designed for consumers. I mean, that was really who we were marketing to. But, all these people were buying the product for their homes. They all had day jobs. Some of them were firefighters, police officers, right? So that's a big reason why we've deployed them in a lot of businesses. In schools, it's been our biggest, and no offense, it's usually the lawyers that have said that they don't want to have it. I will tell you that for those of you who know Kyle Belkapitsky, who happens to be the executive director of the New York State PTA, she's been a big advocate for this product. She had 2 choking incidents, and she goes, let me tell you, I carry my life jacket with me everywhere now. Being a first responder, one of the things that she appreciated was the simplicity of it. And that's what she said. Not only is she a lawyer, but she was also a firefighter.
Do you have any proposals going with the legislature to expand like the Good Samaritan laws so that a school employee who uses this device, would be protected?
Actually, I'm going to share with you my risk evaluation form that I have all about Good Samaritan law, premise liability, and the importance of having preparation like this. I have all this for you. Anything else? Thank you all for your time. I appreciate you.
I'm just going to quickly bump into the next topic here. I know we're on the Board of Education, but we had spoken previously about the process for taking Board of Education meeting minutes. And I think that Mrs. Dalton, again, you're on fire tonight, Mrs. Dalton, had shared recently that at a conference, a Board of Education conference, that they had suggested that districts use a summary form of minutes as opposed to verbatim. Correct? That's what they had recommended?
It was a more what was said, not he said this, she said that, he said this. It was just kind of a more summary with not being being particular on who said what verbatim. Yes. So they said that's how it was done, and that's,
And I will say that in the On Board magazine from NYSBA, that a couple years ago they had an article that recommended that districts do not do verbatim minutes, but that they do that version that you're talking about. And I know when we kind of went back and forth about this, previously, that I know one of the board members had suggested that, like everybody seemed good with the idea, but that if somebody wants to be specifically mentioned in the record for them to say, I would like it noted in the record that I shared this. Is everybody comfortable with moving to that version of minutes?
I'm comfortable.
I'm comfortable.
Okay.
We're very comfortable.
Merry Christmas, Vanessa.
I think it gives a person, the opportunity to say, I'd like to be on the record as saying this. Hopefully somebody's not going to do that all the time, because it loses. If we all do that, it's not the spirit of the law or the rule. But at least it gives a person a chance to say something if they want to be on the record. But I think that it would, I like that. I want to be on the record.
Good, of course.
So for the student liaisons and the public be heard, that should be verbatim, correct?
There's nothing that requires it to be verbatim, but
I have no strong opinion
I
about
say
it either way.
summary. I mean, it's somewhere in black and white, right? Like if we needed it.
Well, don't forget it's recorded, and you could listen to it anytime you want. The whole
Right.
way.
So it's there. It's recorded. So
You know, during COVID, when we couldn't meet in person anywhere, the temporary executive orders that were in place then that allowed you to do virtual meetings, then it required that they be transcribed verbatim if somebody requested it. And I think since then, many places just kind of kept going with that. But that you're having an in-person meeting here, you're also making it available online, and so it's really not something that you are mandated to do anymore.
yay.
I would agree.
I agree.
For the record. Okay, are we ready? Student liaisons who have been patiently waiting. Who's starting tonight?
I can
Ethan?
start today.
Fabulous.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving, and I'm excited to say that since our last meeting, a plethora of great happenings have taken place in General Nation. So first, on November 20th and 21st, Miss McHugh accompanied her AP Government students on what was a spectacular overnight trip to Boston. All students participated in the famed Freedom Trail, where they witnessed the Granary Burial Ground, Boston Common, the site of the Boston Massacre, and Faneuil Hall. Following a self-guided tour of the John F. Kennedy Library, students visited the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the United States Senate, where they toured all the exhibits and role-played in a predetermined debate and voted in the Senate chamber. I'd also like to mention that as the bus drove past the legendary Fenway Park, all aboard had permission from Mr. Sheehan to initiate a "Let's Go Yankees" chant. So, upon arrival back to MacArthur, all students stated that they had a phenomenal time and experience that they will always remember. And my friends really made it known that it was a great trip and made me feel bad for not signing up. But no, they definitely enjoyed their time. On October 21st and 22nd, we showcased our beyond amazing performances of our musical All Shook Up, which is inspired by Elvis Presley's music and Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. To say the performances were spectacular and that the talent of our student actors and actresses were sensational would honestly be an understatement. Each performance was sold out, and both curtain calls resulted in standing ovations from all of our spectators. Congratulations to our dynamic director, Mrs. Levenberg, our student actors and actresses, and to all of those who worked so hard behind the scenes to make this show so successful and incredible. And as one parent stated in the lobby right after the show, quote, "If you told me I was on Broadway right now, I'd believe you." That's how great this show was. On December 2nd, we conducted 2 grade-level assemblies for all 9th and 10th grade students. Special thanks to our keynote speaker, retired police officer John Groshans, for giving an extremely valuable and informative presentation on cyber safety. And on December 3rd, guidance chairperson Mrs. Hammer, along with the entire guidance staff, conducted an extremely informative and worthwhile presentation to all of our 9th and 10th grade parents on the high school academic planning process, the upcoming school year scheduling timeline, graduation requirements, as well as the college admissions process. The presentation was well attended, and the feedback received was very positive and appreciative. Some upcoming events include on December 16th, business teachers Mr. Leahy, Mr. Farney, and Mr. Fazzolari will be accompanying their students on a field trip to Citi Field for a behind-the-scenes look at how a major professional sports team runs its day-to-day operations. On December 18th, yeah, I'm upset. I was in gym class 8th period when I found out about the news about Pete Alonso, and I mean, I kind of saw it coming. I'm kind of upset about it, but yeah. On December 18th, we will be conducting our first winter concert of the season, featuring our extremely talented string orchestras and chorus. The show begins promptly at 7 o'clock in our beautiful auditorium, so come out and join us, as you will certainly be put into the holiday spirit. And finally, on behalf of General Nation, we would like to wish everyone a very happy and healthy holiday season and all the very best for a fantastic 2026. This concludes my report.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So, on November 20th, our Division Avenue Key Club officers attended and ran the Levittown Kiwanis meeting. Students were able to listen to presentations regarding Kiwanis projects such as the blessing bags. They presented information on what our club has achieved so far, and were even able to see Mr. Avina get inducted into Kiwanis. We were also all very excited to find out that our assistant principal, Mr. Fazio, is going to be the next person to join Levittown Kiwanis. So let's just say the next day when I saw him in school, I'm like, I heard you're joining Kiwanis, and he's like, yes, I am. So we're very excited that he'll be joining that K family. Additionally, this past Friday, Division held their annual elective fair where students were able to talk to the teachers of these elective courses and students who have currently taken or were involved in the class previously. This allowed students to explore their options in technologies, the arts, culinary, and more as they're preparing to create their schedules for next year. So let's just say I've had a lot of questions about which classes they should be taking, as have all the upperclassmen. But while the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors have been busy looking into the wide range of course options, our seniors have had their last college admissions on site this past Wednesday and are wrapping up their college applications. In terms of our clubs, yesterday we actually had our Animal Awareness Club have a guest speaker come from the Queens Zoo to talk about endangered animals and the Hudson Canyon. A lot of the members were really looking forward to this, and they said it was a great presentation. I will let you know the next time I have word. It was very last minute when I heard it got to our Key Club and we spread it out, so I will let you know as soon as they have something new coming up. In terms of sports, we are switching into the winter season, but our varsity bowling teams today actually played in their position round, marking their halfway point in the season. So the girls played Island Trees tonight and the boys played Seaford. I do not have their results yet. I reached out to the captains, so we'll see, but they were very excited to play tonight. And in terms of what's coming up, this is the biggest time of the year for our music department. So band had their concert last night, but we also have our orchestra and chamber prepping for their concert this upcoming Tuesday. Additionally, our chamber orchestra and chamber choir are practicing for Holiday in the Halls, and Trium is finalizing their plans for a brand new project of delivering candygrams to teachers before the holiday break. A little way for students to show their appreciation for all their teachers, and Trium members get to go in and give them their candy canes and cards and just wish them happy holidays from the students. So all of the students are looking forward to the Holiday in the Halls performance, as well as the holiday break. So from me and everybody at Division, we want to wish you a very happy holidays.
I have a suggestion relative to what you were asking about before regarding their report, which are outstanding. You guys have amazing reports every month that I'm here, and they're all typed out. So I'm wondering whether you want to add that to the minutes in board docs as something that can be clicked on. I'm not trying to create extra work for them, as an attachment. So that way, you know, your amazing reports can go right there and be memorialized as you've written them in board docs.
Okay. And then you don't have to type them.
We'll discuss that before.
Great. We are now up to public be heard. We will portion of the regular meeting. This is the opportunity for members of the community to speak. All questions are directed to the Board of Education president. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and is expected to use the microphone clearly and state your name and address. Who do we have? We have Maddie.
Great, the reading. But anyway, good evening, everyone. My name is Matty Buckies, and I live at 1297 Shaw Place, which is a beautiful town located in the school district, not in Seaford, sorry. But anyway, my thoughts are tonight, though, one of the things I really am interested in is in calendar standards when we develop a calendar. So for example, we have an instructional day on the 22nd and the 23rd, and then this building is closed on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Does the administrative have to come back in on the 26th and have to work next week on that, or is it the whole building closed? So that's my suggestion. The second thing is, one of the things that interests me was having a Diwali and that Islam holiday as a student teacher holiday. My request is, who was the original person that requested that holiday to be off? Because I understand Assemblywoman Raj Kumar of Queens is making Diwali a state holiday like they did with Lunar New Year. So, and that is really something. And the second thing is more have our community involvement. Recently, I watched a show on Hulu, and today's one of the dancers' birthday, which took place probably in the most median income county, Loudoun County, Virginia. And it would be nice if they had a third season have a dance competition. If I was really to have one here, and they would film here or at Division or MacArthur. But anyway, you guys where did he go? Okay. So that's what I'm going to say. And also, my suggestion would be, though, when we develop the calendar next year, I just want, when you respond to if the administration has to come in for a work day on the 26th, the 29th, the 30th, and the 2nd, I just want to for at least for transparency, because if it's going to be a holiday for all or just a student-teacher holiday. So with that, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. Let's hopefully look forward to a great 2026. I am considering running for the board since Mike is retiring and including 3 years as chairman. So I really hope I can run for this position, and hopefully with your endorsement, have him bring a more voice that has a disability in that. So God bless you all. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your thoughts and your insights. Your perspectives always help guide our discussion and ensure that a diverse range of voices are heard. We will reach out to you prior to the next meeting. Okay. I'd like to move to the budget transfers. Do I have a motion to accept item 5.1 on the agenda? Phyllis, do I have a second? Peggy, any discussion? No? Okay, all in favor? 4, against, 0. Thank you. Okay, 5.2, the schedules. Do I have a motion to accept item 5.2 on the agenda? Jen, do I have a second? Phyllis?
President Lang, we do have one change on the schedule. It's schedule 1008.3. We're going to pull number 4.
Okay.
1008.3, pulling number 4.
You got that, Vanessa? Okay, fabulous. All in favor? 4, against, 0. Motion. Okay, do I have a motion to accept items 6.2 through 6.16 on the consent agenda? Peggy? Oh, you're looking over them. Oh, okay. Peggy, do I have a second? Jen, any discussion? No discussion. Okay, all in favor? 4, against, 0, and this is crossed out. Okay. So upcoming dates, we have our regular meeting when we return on the new year, 2026. Amazing. January 7th is our regular meeting, and then I can't believe we're actually starting budget planning on January 21st. Before we make the motion to adjourn, on behalf of the Board of Education and the Levittown School District, I would like to wish our entire community a joyful holiday season and a happy, healthy new year. May I have a motion to adjourn the regular meeting? Jen, do I have a second? Phyllis, all in favor? 4, and nobody seems to be against, so motion is adjourned. Okay. Thank you.